Professor, let me give you the microphone. Do you remember the day that Renu was born?
26 January 2006.
Can we clap for him, please? Wow. Ha! That means you're one of the founding members, Professor. That is not an easy date to remember. Okay. A couple of questions. I'll be bringing them back and forth to you as we enjoy this fun fair and as we celebrate. For now, DJ, give us some music as we usher in more guests. We'll be beginning in about 5 minutes from now. So welcome to this celebration as we light up the skies, celebrating 20 years of Renu, 20 years of research. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Once again, thank you so much for honoring our invitation today as we celebrate 20 years of Renu. My name is Solomon Serwanja, and I am going to be your host today. I want to appreciate every one of your busy schedules for coming. I would love to, in a special way, appreciate our most distinguished guests tonight. I want to say a special thank you to the Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education, Professor Mary Kwakol. Thank you for coming. I want to appreciate the Vice Chancellors from the different universities. I want to say a special thank you to Professor Jude Lubega from Nkumba. Thank you so much for coming. Professor Lutalo from Teams University, thank you for coming. Professor Lutalo Bosa, you hold a very dear special place in my heart. I have not told you why, but I will certainly tell you. Professor Nawangwe from Makerere University, Dr. Charles Masaba, thank you for coming from Slough. I want to appreciate Deputy Principal of MUBS, that is Professor Mindra. Thank you so much for coming. The Renu Board of Directors are also here. I want to appreciate you in a special way, Professor Lejun, Professor Reverend John Chitaimbwa, Mr. George Apuke, thank you for coming. Professor Janice Businje, Professor Muezi, CPA Dativa, thank you for coming. Dr. Cyprian, Dr. Dungu, Professor Charles Kazova, Professor FF Tusuvira. Professor FF Tusuvira, they call him Professor Tusu. The family at Renu, I found that very interesting. Shortly, there will be our ushers that will be attending to us, getting us some drinks, and we will officially begin in about 5 minutes from now. DJ, please. We have band that is going to entertain us. We have a lot of food. It's going to be merrymaking, catching up with old friends that we haven't seen. Let's take it a notch higher beyond just research and have some fun, right? We're not going to do citations and everything. All right, DJ, give us some music as we wait a bit, 5 minutes, and we'll begin. Once again, thank you so much for coming today as we celebrate Renu At 20. We're going to dine, we're going to celebrate research. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love us to stand up to honor the arrival of our chief guest, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the Right Honorable Thomas Taebwa. Honorable Taebwa, thank you so much for coming. We are really grateful that you're celebrating this key milestone with us as we look back at 20 years of Renu. Today, we are going to walk back in time from the time the dream was birthed and the achievements that we have achieved over the last 20 years. We will also cast a spotlight into how the future looks like. Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, thank you for coming. We appreciate you very much. In the same respect, let us officially begin this celebration as we light up the skies with jubilation and celebrations. Firstly, let us honor our nation with our national anthem. Thank you very much. Let's honor God with an opening prayer. I would love to invite the Reverend Professor Mulindwa Chitaimbwa, our board chair, to come and usher us right before the throne of grace so that God blesses this celebration. You're welcome, Rev.
Friends, let us pray. Loving and gracious Father, we want to thank you for this evening. We are persuaded, convinced that it is the day that you have made, that as Renu, we shall rejoice and be glad in it. As we take time to celebrate 20 years of existence, we want to return all the glory, all the praise back to you. We pray that you guide us, will allow us to celebrate well. We commit the people that are in this place, those that are yet to come, that Lord, they will travel safely. In a special way, we give thanks to you for our chief guest, the Right Honorable Thomas Taebwa. Thank you, Lord, that you have brought him safely. As he spends time with us, we pray that you bless him, guide him, and keep us all from falling. We thank you, we bless you, for in your name we have prayed.
Thank you very much. Reverend, may I invite you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to our dinner as we celebrate 20 years of Renu. Tonight, we will walk back in time from the day of January 2000 and I just have to get the date right. January 2006. I forget the day that you mentioned. 19th. Oh, 13th. Okay. 13th January 2006 when this idea was birthed. Firstly, for some of us who are not there, Right Honorable Pastor Eva, we did a video from the day this idea was birthed to where we are. So I would love us to pay attention to the screen as we walk back in time from the birth of this great idea to where we are right now.
20 years ago, a simple but powerful idea took root in Uganda. An idea that learning could go further, that research could move faster, that institutions, universities, schools, and research centers could achieve more together, that knowledge should not be limited by distance, and that education deserves world-class connectivity. It was not easy. The early days were filled with uncertainty, limited resources, and doubt. But there was belief. Belief that connection could transform education. Belief that collaboration could change futures. And that belief kept the vision alive. In 2006, the Research and Education Network for Uganda, Renu, was born. Not just as an internet provider, but as a community, a bridge between institutions, a catalyst for digital transformation. A member-owned network, built by universities, research institutions, for all who seek knowledge. From those early connections, something bigger began to grow. A network linking universities, supporting schools, connecting research and health institutions across the country. We started small, became a national backbone, opening doors to global collaboration, giving students access to the world, and enabling institutions to move faster than ever before. Over the years, Renu has continued to evolve, delivering high-speed connectivity for education and research, enabling seamless access through Identity Federation, supporting learning through EduRoam, powering digital platforms, and extending connectivity through innovations like solar-powered routers, reaching schools, health facilities, and communities once left behind. But Renu is more than infrastructure. It is people, students discovering new possibilities, teachers and lecturers shaping minds, researchers advancing knowledge, health professionals accessing critical information. Together, they form a living network, one that is transforming lives every day. Even when the world stood still, when classrooms fell silent and campuses closed, Renu kept institutions connected. Learning did not stop, research did not pause, care and collaboration continued, because connection is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. Today, Renu stands as more than a network. It is a trusted partner to universities, schools, research and health institutions, government, and the global research community, connecting Uganda to the region and to the world, enabling innovation, driving the knowledge economy. 20 years of progress, 20 years of partnership, 20 years of transforming education and research, and still the journey continues. Stronger, more inclusive, and more connected than ever before. Renu at 20. Connecting people, empowering institutions, transforming lives.
And yes, we are celebrating 20 years. Can we celebrate Renu together with a round of applause? But God is good because the people who founded this idea are with us, seated amongst us. And would love to hear them raw, unscripted, what really happened at the time of beginning this great innovation. We're privileged to be having reflections from one of the founding members, Dr. Engineer FF Tusubira. Engineer Tusu, the way we call you at Renu. Can we love on him as he comes? As he shares and pours out his heart on how the journey all started. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As an incoming trustee of the Rotary Foundation, I must recognize Rotarians in the room. All Rotarians, regardless of your rank, please stand up for recognition. Led by the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, member of the Rotary Club of Kampala Central, Rotarian Barnabas Nawangwe, member of the Rotary Club of Makaya, and others, thank you for being here, because without Rotary in Uganda, nothing is complete. So it is a pleasure and it's a joy to be part of the celebration of Renew, the Research and Education Network of Uganda, and to interact with so many that have been part of the journey of growth from the start. You may notice that I use a different pronunciation because that was the intention. We took new from the Greek alphabet and took the initials Research and Education Network of Uganda and called it Renew, a constant state of regeneration and empowerment, and therefore Renew must always be renewing itself. I would like to extend special appreciation to Nicholas and your team. If you could kindly stand up. Nicholas Mbonde and your team, please stand up. For driving Renew to the current level of achievement. It is also great to see the many individuals representing different institutions and organizations at this event, many of them old friends and colleagues in the academic world. After all, Renew is not about the data network. It's about networking people, making collaboration more cost efficient, triggering and strengthening communities, and supercharging Uganda's national development. While there was a lot of internal to Uganda support in the early days, especially from Professor John Sebufu and Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum, and I see some of them here. Because we are limited in time, I will not recognize them, but I've seen, I must mention one or two, the Vice Chancellor, my old colleague, Professor Utalo Bosa, formerly from Makerere, and Katunguka, Professor Katunguka from Chambu. You are all part of this at that time, and many others. Professor Lejean, I cannot forget you. So sorry, this was not meant to be a recognition, and therefore I will not continue in that line. However, we should not forget key friends from outside Africa. The collective thinking within Eastern and Southern Africa and beyond, which started this journey and helped us get where we are today. Duncan Martin from South Africa, Margaret Ngwira from Malawi, Victor Chalo from Kenya, Iman Male from Sudan, Americo Mchanga from Mozambique, James Mbale from Zambia, Steve Song from the International Development Research Corporation of Canada, Dion Person from Sweden, and Dale Smith from the Network Startup Resource Center, University of Oregon in the USA. All these are constant friends and our ancestors. Now, colleagues, I am not going to talk about the past. And to me, that is enough of the past. Because it is very easy to get trapped in history, and Nicholas, you know this very well. And therefore, when you get trapped in history, you develop a backward-looking attitude instead of enjoying the excitement of the future. And therefore, with your permission, today, instead of celebrating 20 years that have passed, let us place more emphasis on celebrating the achievements of the next 20 years. I always tell people that don't celebrate your birthday for what you have done. Celebrate it for what you are going to achieve in the future. That makes it more meaningful. We don't live in history. And to that, we need a new grand dream vision. Visions, Nicholas, please stand up because this is your charge. We need a new grand dream from you, Nicholas, and your team. And my objective here in these few minutes I have, it suggests the how and a possible cause to address. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first talk about the how, and I'll call it the art of dreaming. I love the nature of dreams because away from physiological explanations of the what and how, the brain is unshackled from reality and what is logically possible to construct the seemingly impossible. The challenge and limitation we face when we are work colleagues is that our brains are weighed down by knowledge, and what is possible is locked down by logic, driven by knowledge. I want to believe this is why the Zen philosopher Shunryu Suzuki says that in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the experts, there are few. And therefore, if you want to have the grand vision, you must have the mind of a child. Therefore, the art of dreaming requires us to empty our minds of knowledge so that everything that comes to the mind is not blocked by this barrier. A toddler sees a star in the skies, and with total confidence, they jump up to see if they can get it. And when they fail, they ask mommy or daddy to get it for them. In Greek mythology, Daedalus the inventor and his son Icarus decided to make wings in order to fly out of a prison. Never mind that Icarus failed because he did not heed the warning of flying too close to the sun. The wax binding the feathers melted. He died. And yet, colleagues, Nicholas and your team, flying close to the sun, dangerous as it is the realm of dreams. As the adage says, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The question then is, how do we throw knowledge out of our minds in order to dream the seemingly impossible? Our challenge for the next 20 years. And to me, the first step is in realizing that knowledge is defined by what is known. And I trust that we all in this audience know very well the reality that the unknown currently is much, much bigger than what is known. You need to learn to reject any barrier to your dreaming if it is based on logic driven by current knowledge. Now, the second question is learning to question the obvious. Remember that at one point in time, it was obvious that the sun revolves around the earth, just like the moon. So much so that Aristarchus of Samos, when he proposed that this earth actually goes around the sun, and this was in 3rd century BC, it was rejected because at that time it was obvious that it was the sun which went around the earth. The third thing is to learn to question the supposition of fact, or if you like, everything known to be true, which is just another disguise for the obvious. Fourth, avoid being definitive in your answers, colleagues, because this leads your mind back into the prison of certainty that you are doing your best to escape. The point here, colleagues, which I'm trying to make is that we need to gradually develop an outlook that accepts what many regard as the impossible and therefore be capable of big, bold dreams. You at the same time learn to welcome innovations, especially from the younger generations in their late teens and 20s, because their brains, Nicholas, the brains of your team, are comparatively unpolluted by knowledge and can therefore create big dreams. I'm afraid that at the front tables, most of the brains, our brains that is, are polluted by so much knowledge that we cannot think away from that and see the impossible. The seemingly wild ideas that may come from them are the direction to new adventures. Do not freeze on them to death with your assumed knowledge. So, colleagues, how do I know all this to be true? This is because I've lived this for a long time, and I'll just share 3 examples. I could share many more, but time is limited. I know the Right Honorable Speaker kept time, and he wants to leave early. I can still remember with amusement the shock of the Makerere University councillors. At that time, the university was spending less than $100,000 on the ICT budget. When Professor Sevu said, why don't we lead the start of this digitalization of the university? I tabled the budget more than $10 million. And that budget was actually realized in less than 5 years. Now, senior consultants like George Miley, I don't know if he's here, and Alan Duwal, and I remember that whenever they came, and they were quite young, at that time they were in their 20s, with any proposal or suggestion about the Makerere network or Renu, my answer was simple. Try it out. If it fails, I'll take the blame. Finally, when we came to the Regional Data Network, the UbuntuNet Alliance, which connects networks like Renu around Eastern and Southern Africa, I remember being invited to meet the commissioners of the European Union in Brussels to table the case for the UbuntuNet Alliance. My concluding statement was that we shall build this network with or without your support. But if you can support us, it will make it a lot faster. And therefore, we should know that the big dream attracts funding. The final one is that I'm currently privileged to sit on what is called the Panel of Wise Heads for the MacArthur Foundation. Periodically, like every 2 to 3 years, they give out a single grant of $100 million for what they call bold ideas, bold innovations, trying to address the biggest challenges of humanity. And therefore, this can be done, colleagues. And my thesis is that the future we now celebrate needs a new and grander vision, something seemingly impossible. It is good to remember what passed, but we need to look ahead. One of the biggest challenges we face in Uganda, colleagues, is the state of our basic education sector, a national embarrassment, especially when it comes to government-owned schools. In this age, with the current revolution in technology, having schools at that level lacking connectivity and access to computing devices is slow national suicide. That is the foundational stage for those who feed into the tertiary education institutions, into the universities led by colleagues, the vice chancellors here. And when they get there, we expect miracles. That youth who have been severely underprepared will suddenly become technology whiz kids competing at regional and global levels. We give a light to ourselves, colleagues. We can continue building innovation centers and hubs, but as long as we ignore basic educational foundational levels, those hubs are going to remain largely cosmetic. And I believe they are producing something, but much less than they are capable of. While still we are pumping out a workforce that is not equipped for productivity and survival in these technology-driven times, their impact on national development is therefore negative rather than positive. We must applaud the initial steps taken by Uganda Communications Commission with Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund, taken through Renu in connecting some schools, and we must applaud this. But colleagues, that is a very tiny drop in the ocean. And I think, Nicholas, if you have not already done so because you know my thinking, I think this is what the next big dream could be. Put it this way, better preparedness for students joining tertiary institutions like universities will boost real research and innovation output value from the investments that you as Renu are making so that they can do that. So it makes good business sense. However, the greater imperative is to use that new grand dream to drive government policy change, and I'm glad the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament is here. I used to tell Makerere University Council that an institution that could spend $300,000 buying vehicles for the top administrators, nothing personal, Professor Nwangwe, could afford 1,000 connected computers for the university. I also believe that a country that can afford to spend $100 million on vehicles for MPs and top government officers can afford to set up and maintain a computer room for each of the 14,000 or so government and secondary primary schools around Uganda. That is our challenge, colleagues, and we must face it squarely. We are responsible citizens. This is not just work for government, but work for us. All that is needed, colleagues, is that we develop the art of dreaming, releasing our minds from any current confinement to give us a bolder, bigger, and better Renu. And indeed, Uganda in 20 years' time. The time for evolutionary change has passed. The geopolitical state of the world we live in now calls for revolutionary change if Renu will continue achieving the higher goal of human development for the people of Uganda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Can we love on him once again? Dr. Engineer Tusu, I go back home today with one thing: empty my mind to allow new ideas to dream, not to be confined with the knowledge that we already have. Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Tusubira, for tickling our minds right and for motivating the team at Renu on what the next 20 years look like. So, against that background, I would love to officially invite our board chair, Reverend Professor Mulindwa Chitaimbwa, to come and officially welcome us as well and perhaps tickle us more. Reverend, you're welcome. Karibu.
Thank you so much for the kind welcome. And friends, can we put our hands together and thank Tusu for such a wonderful and moving address. I think one thing that I'll take home is the fact that he has told us that we're here to celebrate the next 20 years and not the last 20 years. And I think that's critical. Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, honorable ministers and members of government here present, permanent secretaries, the Executive Director for the National Council for Higher Education, Professor Mary Okakol, the Executive Director for the Vice Chancellor's Forum, Professor Lugujo, founding visionaries of Renew, former CEOs, our dear Vice Chancellors, because you know Renew belongs to the Vice Chancellors. And so our dear Vice Chancellors and heads of institutions here present, esteemed partners, colleagues, and friends of Renew, members of staff of Renew, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all. I would like to take first this opportunity to apologize on behalf of Renew to our chief guest. You know, when we did write to the chief guest, we informed him that this function was going to start at exactly 4 p.m. And I have never seen somebody, a committed politician, when it comes to keeping time, because the Right Honorable took keeping time very seriously. And by 3 p.m., the Right Honorable has been on ground and has been waiting for us. Let us put our hands as we appreciate the Right Honorable. But I'm not surprised because the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa is a friend of university education. And the Right Honorable is very passionate about university education. As higher education in Uganda, if you think that we have any friend in government, that friend of ours is Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa. And we're very happy to have you this evening. As we wrote that letter to him, he took a bit of time to respond because he was still checking his timetable. But we did send him a private message and we told him, your friends, the vice chancellors, are going to be around. And I think he has come because of the vice chancellors in this room. Vice chancellors, please stand up so that the Right Honorable can indeed see all the vice chancellors, and let us appreciate them. Right Honorable, those are your friends. But with us here, Right Honorable, we also have some of the men who have been board chairpersons of Renew. they are in this room. All former chairpersons of the boards of Renew and the vice chairpersons, please stand up for recognition so that the Right Honorable will see you. Professor Lajun and the rest are not well and they're some are out of the country. We also have former CEOs of Renew. Wherever you are seated, please stand up. Former CEOs, Isaac and the rest, please stand up for recognition. And Right Honorable, we do have the current CEO whom you have seen, Nicholas Mbonimpa. Nicholas, stand up. And we are happy to note, Right Honorable, that Renew is one of the employers of the youngest people in this country. And so all the employees of Renew, stand up for recognition wherever you are. That is the young workforce that makes Renew what it is. Thank you, and thank you so much. As you can hear, my pronunciation of Renew, you know, we have been pronouncing it as Renew. But when the visionary came here, he said this was never meant to be Renew. It was meant to be Renew, with that message of renewing. And so my pronunciation has changed already. Are we together? Yes. And so, friends, as we have been told, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this very special occasion as we celebrate the next 20 years of research and education network for Uganda. And tonight, as we have been informed, this is not a simple celebration. It is a time when we reflect on our next vision, a time when we reflect on our need to be resilient like we have never been before. I've been telling the people around me that we find ourselves in very exciting times, Tusu, because since 2020, there are some disruptions that have happened, especially in the space of higher education. The first disruption, which we thought was big, was COVID-19. But after COVID-19, we then got another disruption in the form of telling us that we needed to make our education competency-based. But one of the outcomes of COVID-19 was also the movement and the acceptance of online learning. But with that also came what we are calling AI, and most importantly, generative AI. So many disruptions that are taking place. And so if we are going to remain as a research and education network for Uganda, we need to be very bold in the way we think about what we have to do, in the way we need to think about what it is that we are going to do. And if the visionaries 20 years ago had not thought and dreamt big, we would never have been where we are right now. And so this is a call to action that the people that serve on the board of Renew, the people that serve on the staff of Renew, they need to wake up, think big, dream big, and ensure that Uganda and higher education will be in a better state 20 years from now. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, Renew connects over 500 institutions and more than 1,000 sites. It supports universities, it supports schools, research centers, and health facilities. And this is not just support in terms of infrastructure, but it is also a platform for opportunity. And it allows connectivity for students, for example, who are based in Gulu, working with students in Kampala and in Kabale. And the most important thing is that that connection, if it is local, it is actually free. And at this moment in time, Renew is working very closely with Uganda government ministries and MDAs. And one of the prayers we want to make, Right Honorable Speaker, is that one of the most strategic things that can happen for this country, especially in terms of education, research, is that the government formally recognizes Renew. And in its planning, and in terms of what they are trying to duplicate and to do as government, Renew stands at the forefront of championing some of that. Championing research and education, for example, the challenge that TUSU has given to us. I think we have the people, we have the competence to pull this off and to pull it off properly. championing for example, when we are thinking about competency-based both at the primary, secondary, but also at the higher education, and so many of these things. Right Honorable, that will be the best gift that you will give to this nation if government of Uganda will consider in a very special way mainstreaming this organization Renew into its processes, into its planning, and already a lot of interesting work is happening, but I know that we now have a friend, and given time we shall come and give you a detailed business proposal. Friends, with that I want to request all the body members to kindly stand up for recognition. Right Honorable, these are the men and women that are helping us to lead this organization at the board level. Thank you so much. And with that, friends, I want to welcome all of you and to thank you for coming. And I would like now to take this singular honor to invite one of the owners of Renew. And this is my dear friend, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, to come and say a word about one of the souvenirs that we are going to launch and have at this celebration, and he's going to give to make a remark, and thereafter I will request him to welcome the Right Honorable to come and do the needful. Thank you so much.
Our guest of honor, Right Honorable Thomas Tayewa, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the CEO of National Council for Higher Education, Professor Kwakol, the chairperson of the board and members of the board of Renew, but today I have understand you call it Renew from Tusu and from Professor Kitayimba. Me, I have been calling it Renu, but now it is Renew. All my colleagues, vice chancellors, excuse me, and heads of institutions, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think Professor Tusubira made a very good summary of how Renu started, why it started, and what the potential is. So I will just want to agree with some of his remarks. First of all, to acknowledge that Tusu is one of the big thinkers we have in this country. He's always thinking big and always gave us a bit of trouble at Makerere because of that. But I must make a disclaimer. When you made the statement of vehicles of top managers of 300 million shillings, I wasn't VC. And I'm not in one of them. And I can assure you that a lot of things have changed. One of the most important statements he has made today is the need to solve the problem of technology in all our institutions of learning, right from nursery to university. It is possible. And we have got some ideas which we are going to share with government on how to solve this. I would like to think that after the PDM, the technology issue should be the next national problem to solve. Renu has been a great resource for Uganda and definitely for Makerere University, where they started and even had a home before they became too big. When Professor Kitayimba told the staff to stand up, I was shocked. There are so many. And yet I knew Renu as a very small organization in a building next to the VC's residence. No wonder they left us to go and get bigger space. Before Renu, at Makerere University, we were trying to do research, there was internet, and I remember that professors would switch on their computer and begin downloading documents and go home to sleep, so that in the morning they come and hope that it has downloaded. And in most cases it would not. But we were still paying quite a lot of money to service providers at that time. So the coming of Renu was a great relief for Makerere University. And of course, after that for all the other institutions. I cannot imagine how much bandwidth we now consume as a university. Makerere alone consumes more bandwidth than some countries. It is true. One university, we consume more bandwidth than some countries. But we are no longer talking about Renu just because of the bandwidth, because we now benefit much more from Renu than the bandwidth, because they are now connecting us to research organizations, helping us to access research networks and research databases, which we could not do before. If Makerere now is considered the most collaborative university in the world, it is because of the existence of Renu. Because our researchers can now communicate with researchers around the world in real time and publish together. I do believe that the propositions made by Professor Tusu are possible. We can go to the next level of technology in this country and ensure that technology drives everything that we do. And that is how we will be able to achieve the tenfold growth. Without solving the technology issue, it will be very difficult. I would like to thank the pioneers of Renu, beginning with you, Tusu. All these ideas started with you. And of course, then you established the institution. New CEOs came on. They have done a great job. I thank all the former chairpersons of Renu board. But I would also like to thank the current CEO. When I saw this young man, I had my doubts. I said, will this young man manage this organization? But see where Renu now is. Thank you, Engineer Mbondipa, for taking Renu to a higher level. I have every confidence that you can take it to an even higher level. He is in the consortium of the people who are trying to make proposals for solving the technology problem in Uganda. So I'm very sure that we shall succeed. I congratulate you on authoring or writing the history of Renu, the book that the Right Honorable is going to launch right now. But before I invite our chief guest to launch the book, I want to say that it is indeed true, as Professor Kitaibwa said, that Professor Tayewa is a great friend of higher education. But it is not surprising, because he was a council member of Makerere University Council for a long time. And all these things started when he was there. If the council had not supported these ideas, probably would not be having Renu at this level. Right Honorable Taiwa has supported Makerere University and the higher education, and especially after joining Parliament. Now that, of course, you are the Deputy Speaker, I can say a few things about how you supported us. You know, Parliament used to enjoy harassing me for reasons I don't know. But Right Honorable Taiwa was at that time not even a member of the Education Committee, but whenever he knew Makerere was coming, he would be in the room and defend me. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. These days I can walk into Parliament with peace. And it is important that you found time and that you thought it important to come and officiate at this function. That just once again reinforces our belief that you have a lot of interest in higher education and that you are indeed a great partner for us. It is therefore my honor and privilege to invite you, Right Honorable Taiwa, to come and launch the book and make your remarks after that. Are we doing it down? Oh. I think it would be prudent if I can, I first launch? Okay.
I would love to invite the board as we launch the book. Right Honorable, there is a digital sign-off. Since we are talking about technology, AI, it's going to be a digital launch. So yes, we are going to open it and then we are also going to sign. There is a digital pen. The team at Renu can assist there so that the launch is smooth. Right Honorable, what you're going to be launching is the book that helps us to walk back in time to look at the 20 years of Renew. It's titled Evolution of Renu, 20 Years of Impact on Research and Education. So we are going to, yes, okay, perfect. Right Honorable, you know exactly what to do. I'm going to count from 20 to 0. 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Thomas Taiwa, for that. We have copies of this book. We are now going to sign on it. The signing is on the other podium, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes. Oh, we can have a picture first. I think the pictures were taken already, right? Okay. Photographers, let's take some few shots and then we can get to the signing ceremony. Congratulations. I would love to invite the CEOs, the former CEOs, to please come and join as well, and the current CEO. Nicholas, where are you? You have to be right next to our guest of honor. Another photo moment. Okay, thank you. Right, Honorable, you can proceed to the signing. After that, I will invite the board to sign as well, real quick. And then Nicholas as well. Right, Honorable, we're talking about technology, so we are doing it in a different way. We have copies of the book, so before you leave, make sure that you get yourself a copy. Evolution of Renu, 20 years of impact on research and education. All right, thank you very much, Right Honorable, for that. Congratulations on launching this book as we celebrate 20 years of Renu. Right Honorable, thank you very much. I would love to invite the board chair to as well sign real quick. Board chair, you could as well sign. Okay. Okay, because of time, I would love to invite the board to go back and take their seats. I would love to invite all of us to stand up and welcome the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Oh, okay. Well, he has accepted us to stay seated. All right. Right Honorable Taiwa, you're very welcome to give your remarks. Karibu.
Thank you. I didn't know the photo session had ended because the season we've just come from. Any photo session would end with NRM Oye. So here we took photos without NRM Oye. It was like, I'm glad I have seen Professor Tusu once again. I've taken note of his speech. I think some of the statements he made, if the current law under debate passes, we shall call him to answer. Oh, and you're happy to answer in the basement. The chairperson of the Renu Board of Directors, kindly allow me to use Renu, because this new pronunciation of Professor Chitaimbwa, this organization started when I was there, and we used to call it Renu. So Renew is a political party in Europe. I don't know whether Professor Tusa has been visiting so much. And the Chief Executive Officer of Renew, the Vice Chancellors, Chairperson, National Council for Education, and stakeholders in the education sector. I'm glad to be here once again. They sent an invitation to my office, and usually I know some of you are occupying such offices where we are like robots. So my protocol team was still holding it because it had not come to my attention. So they were checking my schedule. Today was one of the busiest schedules that we had, until I received a message from Professor Ireta, and then I don't know Ktayimbwa if you're already a professor now, Dr. Ktayimbwa, to be safe. And of course, when I saw, first of all, coming from Dr. Ktayimbwa, we have an unsettled issues. We are both sinners. Now he's a man of God. He left me alone. He has a white collar. He sent me to an institution where I doubt whether most of us would go to heaven if judgment day came. So I said I must come and join him. But above all, it was a way of honoring Professor Tusu, Mr. Tusu Vira. Beyond his service for Rotary, I remembered how Renu started. Because I think he was the first director of DICTS. Yes. And that time, I was representing the alumni on the committee of ICT of council. I was representing convocation. And Professor Tusu had very many strong ideas. I remember Ubuntu. In fact, he pushed Ubuntu more than even Renu. And I don't know how far with Ubuntu we shall be chatting more. And then Renu. And at that time, the biggest internet provider to Makerere University was UTL, Uganda Telecom. MTN had just come, so but UTL was giving us a better rate compared to MTN and Airtel. And then we were using a system, I think it was called ITS from South Africa, which was giving us headache whenever we would need updates. And we would be spending a lot of money sometimes sending stuff to South Africa. And I think that's how even the idea of AIMS came up, because we needed self-reliance. And then some of us, of course, I was a student at Makerere again that time, doing my Bachelor of Laws. I had finished social sciences and immediately came back for Bachelor of Laws, and then as an alumni. I married when I was a student at Makerere, doing my Bachelor of Laws degree. And we were asking the question, very simple. We have the best brain. That was at a time when Professor Babyamureba also was playing a critical role at Makerere. Then Professor Nawangwe was writing what I would call a white paper on, remember his white paper, on change management in the university. And I think that's when the trajectory for the new Makerere was set. And I really want to thank you. I'm trying to put pieces together, but you can see why I couldn't miss being here. First of all, to celebrate with all of you and to thank you for this great milestone. Because I remember when we were convincing other universities to come on board, they were looking at it as, this is a Makerere project. It's a Makerere project. But Tusu was saying, no, you guys, if we could come together, in simple terms, if we could come together and we buy internet in bulk, we will be able to get cheap internet for universities. Otherwise, the budgets were not going up. At that time, Parliament and stakeholders in government were not appreciating, internet. It was looked at as more vernacular. We were still very analog and manual in our thinking. So I want to thank you for that farsightedness, Professor Mr. Tusu Vira, Rotarian Tusu Vira, and Professor Nawangwe, and all of you who supported that idea. I forgot they wrote for me a speech. They prepared a speech which I looked through and I approved. So I think it's better to go back on it. And it's a privilege for me to be here to join you today as we celebrate 20 years of Renu. I congratulate the board and all stakeholders. As we reflect on this journey, we must also appreciate the context in which Renu was born. 2 decades ago, access to reliable and affordable internet for Uganda's education and research institutions was limited, expensive, and in many cases inaccessible. Professor Nawangwe talked of downloading, but beyond the internet, Professor, remember, would leave downloading and then power would go off. And wasn't only a problem for you alone. Even us who are going to cafes in Wandegeya, we had the same problems. Institutions operated in isolation with minimal access to global knowledge resources. Today, that reality, because of Renu, has fundamentally changed. From its inception in 2006, Renu has evolved into a critical pillar of Uganda's digital transformation journey. It has demonstrated that when institutions collaborate, they can overcome barriers that once seemed complex and very challenging, especially in access to technology and knowledge. We are living in a time where knowledge economies define national progress. Countries that invest in research, education, and digital infrastructure are the ones that thrive. And I want to appreciate you, Professor Nawango. You have been pushing us so much in that line. The ability to generate, access, and apply knowledge is now a key driver of economic growth, innovation, and competitiveness, and Uganda is no exception. Our national development frameworks, from Vision 2040 to the national development plans, recognize the central role of ICT in driving socio-economic transformation. Digital infrastructure is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. In this regard, Renu's contribution is both timely and strategic. By providing affordable high-speed connectivity, Renu has enabled universities to access global research networks, supported e-learning and digital education, strengthened collaboration among institutions, and improved service delivery in sectors such as health and education. But beyond these achievements, what stands out most is the human impact, because internet connectivity should not be an end in itself. It should be about a student in a rural district having many possibilities. Possibilities like accessing global academic resources for the first time, possibility of a researcher in Uganda collaborating with peers across continents, the possibility of a lecturer delivering knowledge beyond the classroom, and the possibility of a doctor accessing critical data that improves patient outcomes, among others. That is the true impact of Renu, and I want to congratulate you for that. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic provided a defining moment for digital infrastructure across the world. In Uganda, it tested our preparedness and resilience. When schools and universities closed and institutions shifted online, connectivity became the lifeline for continuity in education and research. In that moment, institutions supported by Renu were better positioned to adopt. Teaching continued, research continued, collaboration continued, when those that didn't have Renu were struggling. This experience reinforced a critical concept that digital infrastructure is not optional, it is essential. I'm particularly encouraged by the role Renu has played in bridging the digital divide, extending connectivity to schools, rural institutions, and underserved communities ensure that opportunity is not limited by geography, which is critical for inclusive development. Because if we are to build a truly knowledge-driven society, then every learner, regardless of location, must have access to the same opportunities. The government recognizes the importance of such initiatives. As Parliament committed policies and investments in digital infrastructure, innovation, ecosystems, and human capital development. And of course, this can be exemplified by the recent support we gave to the government through passing a loan that is aimed at connection. This, yeah. And of course, the issue of cost also, a member in 2023, the price of internet was cut by around 50%, from $70 per Mbps to around $30
$35. And also to focus and ensure that we benefit from this much more, our government has launched the first neutral national internet exchange point, which by further 30% by keeping local traffic within the country instead of routing it internationally. I hope with that, Renu, you're even going to go much lower in terms of cost. All these are initiatives we are supporting to ensure that digital inclusion is realized. But we also recognize that partnerships are key. The progress we celebrate today has been made possible through strong collaboration between government, academia, development partners, and the private sector. And with this, I'm happy to see how Makerere has been able to handhold other universities, which are also handholding others. I remember, because if we are to have a successful UPE, if we are to have a successful USE, then we must have institutions that are going to absorb all these students. This cannot be left to only government institutions. And that's why up to now I scratch my head and I ask myself, for example, the time we spent in a huge battle between Makerere and MUBS, what were we fighting for? Huh? Because MUBS was growing big and people were saying, no, this MUBS, it wants to break away. This is not a counter to say you're going to have a breakaway nation, okay? Even if it breaks away, and it breaks away and grows even beyond the size of Makerere, it's going to help us absorb people who Makerere wouldn't be absorbing. Look at a course like medicine, okay? Makerere, how many people, professor, do you take? I think 100 and something, or 200? Yeah, or 200. Look at engineering. How many do you take? Yeah, I was with these guys of Technovia who are building Roa Hospital. They are telling me how good engineers from Uganda are. And they were telling me these are engineers from Makerere. They told me Makerere, Chambogo, Ndeje, those three universities. I think they are the ones who have released more in the public. I think Mukono, UCU has come on board. No, Professor Staimba. Then KIU is training. So we open up. We open up and we support this collaboration. Let these small universities be supported so that they can grow. Makerere support them so that Makerere now you transition according to the plan you have, Professor, and which we are supporting strongly. You transition into a graduate studies institution. You focus on research. We leave teaching to these ones that are coming up. So I'm happy to see Dr. Karemire here and team. I'm happy to see KIU here. I'm happy to see Ndeje here. I'm happy to see these private universities here who are paying taxes that we are using to build government universities. Yeah. They are paying heavy taxes, which we are using to build the Makereres and sustain the Chambogos. So I'm really, really happy to see that you're collaborating strongly. As we look ahead, we must now shift our focus from building infrastructure to maximizing impact. I urge you in the next phase to focus on scaling digital access to all levels of education, to leveraging emerging technologies such as AI, to strengthening research output and innovation, and ensuring the sustainability of digital infrastructure. The world is moving fast. Technologies such as AI, big data, and cloud computing are shaping how knowledge is created and applied. If Uganda is to remain competitive, we must not only adopt these technologies, we must actively participate in shaping them. I'm pleased to note that Renu is already taking steps in this direction, including its work on AI infrastructure and advanced digital services. This is the kind of forward-thinking approach we need, because the next phase of development is not just about connectivity, It is about innovation, research excellence, and global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of Renu is a powerful reminder that collaboration is the foundation of progress. When institutions come together with a shared vision, they create impact that goes far beyond individual capabilities. As we celebrate 20 years of Renu, let this not be the peak, but rather a launchpad for greater impact. Let us build on this foundation to ensure that every institution is connected, every learner is empowered, and every researcher has the tools to innovate and contribute to national development. On behalf of the government of Uganda and Parliament, I congratulate Renu once again and assure you of our continued support. The request which Dr. Tayimbwa made, we've already moved into that direction. We already have a very good example of AIMS, the collaboration between government and AIMS, you know? So this is very, very simple. This is very simple. Tell me what you need me to facilitate so that this can happen. So I will arrange for you a meeting with the critical stakeholders in government so that we realize this. I can tell you, I don't know, Dr. Karemire, do you use AIMS at St. Joseph? Yeah. Professor Joyce, you use AIMS? So now you see, from government to private, you're using AIMS. And AIMS, by the way, I remember, it was also more or less forced on us by government. When we didn't want, we were doubting and all that. But now it's a game changer. So I think Renu would be a very good channel, like how we have NITA-U, okay? Renu would be special, specifically for education institutions. I'm going to see how we can facilitate this. Finally, I want to congratulate you once again and thank you. Professor Nawangwe, you know, you can't run institutions on the streets of social media. That students go do this and then in Parliament we come up, start saying, Vice Chancellor, come. A Vice Chancellor is a very busy fellow. If you spend time in committees answering questions on social media, then when will you concentrate? We have been able to increase your funding, your education institutions, especially government institutions. We have been able to increase your funding because of the stability you have created. If you had continued on a trajectory of fights, of strikes every day, why should I give money to a striker? We have others struggling, and then we give money to those who, instead of studying, are in strikes every day. So we want to appreciate you, Vice Chancellors of government institutions, Professor Katungu, Kahia, Professor Moel, Professor Nawangwa, and team, Professor Joyce, for developing mechanisms of resolving conflicts within your institutions. Because this business of every conflict, every quarrel, you're before the president, every quarrel, he was not elected to sort quarrels. He was elected to focus on national development. And I remember in one of the meetings we had in the State House, and your lecturer, the professors, called me a political merchant. I told the president, I said, Mr. President, you are the problem here. You are the one causing strikes. Professor Nawangwa, I think you remember, I told you. I said, I want to be bold to you. You are the one causing strikes in these universities. He said, why? How can you accuse me? I said, Mr. President, how can lecturers strike at midnight and then at 8 they are meeting you without a vice chancellor knowing? Without a Minister of Education knowing. So since then we agreed, even if you strike like what, you will never see the president. For you to see the president, it will be an appointment made by the Vice Chancellor, whom you're striking against, and then the minister. Yes, we remove this business of people striking. They go to the IGP, you come to Tayeba, because I have access to the president, I take you. What? Yeah? And because of that, we have had stability, you resolve your issues, and we are going to support the higher education sector. Any university which is interested in strikes will never receive our support in terms of funding. We would rather take it to Renu and we go with sort of out. I thank you. I now declare the next phase of Renu's journey officially launched.
Thank you. Right, Honorable. You can just stay here briefly. We have a gift for you. Another round of applause to the Honorable Tayewa. Thank you so much. I would love to invite the board chair and the team, the current board, to come, and we hand over a gift to Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament. When are you becoming a doctor?
I already enrolled for my PhD
Oh,
in around 2-3 years.
okay. In 2-3 years, we're going to start calling him Dr. Tayewa. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, can we pause very well for the picture? Please, dear board, come behind here so we can be able to take a very good picture of you. Right, Honorable Tayewa, that's a gift from Renu to you for the support. Thank you for supporting higher institutions of learning. We are now going to have a photo moment with you. We'll start with this picture. Can we organize it better? The cameraman, does that work very well for you? Can we squeeze in a little bit? There's a gap. Ladies, please, can you come and get sandwiched a bit so that we can? No, please join. I've been informed by the cameraman that we could just step about 2 steps forward. A bit, yeah. How is that? Okay, perfect. They say it's good. Let's smile for the cameras. Okay, I would now love to invite the former board and former CEOs to come. The current board, please go and take your seats. The Honorable Tayewa can stay here. The former board, please come. And former CEOs. Former board chairs, former board and former CEOs, please come and we take a picture.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now kuona pali, hapo kando ya Champs-Élysées. Ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum.
Can we pause for the picture, please? Can we step two steps forward? And we have the photo moment with Right Honorable Tayewa. The cameraman, another step forward. Okay, the cameramen are asking for one more step forward. Oh, Right Honorable Tayewa, these days you're becoming feminist, but we appreciate you very much. Perfect. Just one more picture with the current CEO. The current CEO with Right Honorable Tayewa. Please, dear board, you can have a go and take your seat. Can we clap for the current CEO? Can we leave the current CEO with the Honorable Tayewa for one picture? Take the shine, it's your day. Okay, I've never seen such a humble person like Nicholas. My goodness. Nicholas is such a humble giant. Right Honorable Speaker, one more. The founding members of Renu are also here. Professor Kwako, please. Can we clap for them as they come? The founding members, please come. Founding members, can we clap for them as they come? These men and women founded this baby we are celebrating today. Can we clap for them, guys? Thank you so much for dreaming. Thank you very much for dreaming. Today we are celebrating the efforts of your dream. Thank you very much. We appreciate you very much. All right, I would invite the founding members to walk Professor Taebwa out with our current board chair. I've been informed he has another meeting. Oh. All right. Right Honorable Speaker, the last picture is with me. Kato, take a picture of the MC with the... Thank you very much. I would invite the Chairman Board to escort our guest of honor. Right Honorable, thank you very much for making time for us today. We appreciate you very much. For now, let me invite the band to give us a number and then we will resume with the program. Band, you're welcome. your hands together for Akadok Band. Thank you. Can we love on them? Amazing talent. Oh my God. Everything is amazing. From the guy on the drums to the bass to the trumpet to the guitar to the piano. I mean, everything is well done. Thank you, guys. That is the Akadok Band that gave us an interlude. I would love us to continue with our programming. May I invite us to settle down. The team which is outside, please, can someone help me bring people back into the room so that we can continue? We have a couple of speeches and then we'll open up the buffet for our dinner. May I invite the team from Renu to help me get people back into the room so we can go to our next phase. Okay. Again, thank you so much for coming as we celebrate Renu At 20 years. We have books here. The book that we have just launched today goes for 50,000 shillings. And we are having ushers who are coming on your different desks with copies so that you can buy these books. You can go back and walk back in time from the time the dream was conceptualized to where we are right now. And perhaps the book also has where Renu is going for the next 20 years. Over the last 20 years, there's been significant impact that has been achieved by the team at Renu. And so we have a video that we're going to be airing just now for us to look at the impact of the work that Renu has had. Let's roll the tape.
A lecture streamed across distance. A student studying long after class has ended. A researcher accessing knowledge from across the world. A lecturer connecting with learners beyond the classroom. Today, these moments may feel ordinary, but they were not always possible at this scale. For 20 years, the Research and Education Network for Uganda has helped make them possible, connecting institutions to knowledge, people to opportunity, and Uganda to the global research and education community. A network that has grown with purpose. What began as a vision to link institutions has grown into a national network. Today, Renu serves over 460 institutions across more than 1,000 campuses, including universities, research centers, health facilities, and over 300 schools. It has not only built infrastructure, but access, resilience, and opportunity. Transforming teaching and learning. Classrooms are no longer confined by walls. Students can access digital resources, online libraries, and recorded lectures, learning at their own pace from wherever they are. When physical presence is not possible, remote learning keeps education going. The result is continuity, inclusion, and a stronger education system. Connected campuses, empowered communities. Across campuses, access is now simpler and more seamless. With over 600 EduRoam hotspots, students, lecturers, and researchers can connect securely across institutions. And through more than 200 green internet sites powered by solar routers, connectivity is expanding in sustainable ways. Strengthening research and collaboration. Stronger connectivity has enabled stronger research. Researchers can access global knowledge, collaborate across borders, and share their work with the world. Through initiatives like the ORCID Consortium and Research for Life, Renu is expanding visibility and participation in global research. Building capacity. Renu's impact is not only in its services, but in the people it equips. Over 3,000 individuals have been trained, strengthening digital skills and capacity across institutions. Because technology alone does not transform institutions, people do. Institutional resilience and trusted services. Behind every connected classroom is a system that must work reliably and securely. Renu has strengthened the foundations behind the scenes, from connectivity and identity services to cloud solutions and secure infrastructure. Institutions are now more resilient and better prepared for change. The real impact of Renu is not measured only in infrastructure, but in what makes possible. In students who can learn without barriers, in education that continues through disruption, in stronger research and more capable institutions. For 20 years, Renu has been more than a network. It has been a bridge between institutions and opportunity, between learners and knowledge, between Uganda and the global research community. And as the future unfolds, Renu stands ready to continue connecting possibility for generations to come.
Certainly, for generations to come. All right. Are you having fun? Are you enjoying? Are you connecting? Give me some energy. Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you having fun? Are you meeting people? I'm not used to making professors clap, so. Okay, I believe that we're enjoying. For now, I would love to invite one of our former board chairs. I would love to invite Professor Lejun to come and give us his remarks. Professor, thank you so much for having led the board or being part of the board for making Renu a success story. Behind every organization is a strong board. I know that because I lead an organization, and without the board, the CEO is not stable. The board comes through to advise, to give guidance, to support with resource mobilization. Can we give some love to Professor Lejun to come? Professor, you're very welcome. Thank you for making time to come and celebrate with us. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't be long. 20 years is very brief. And as Tusu said, we have to look to the next 20 years. The past 20 years were a dream, and I was part of that dream. Because without dreams, we don't move forward. We stagnate. We have to have the courage to look forward and break barriers and say no to certain things and say we want to move forward. 20 years ago, two men, Tusu and Patrick Mangeni, walked their shoes to the shreds. They walked around Uganda and Africa, trying to convince people that it was important to change our approach to research and education. Many people didn't believe them. And I remember in the Vice Chancellor's Forum, when I was still chair of the Vice Chancellor's Forum, the reaction was pretty negative. We tried with some of us to convince our colleagues. I said, oh, no, that's not possible. We need books. We have to sit down. Let's not dream. And we said, if you don't dream, you will not move forward. Anyhow, they persisted, and Renu was born. Renu, which is renew. It's new things we want to do and new things we want to see. 10 years later, their walk had paid off, and Renu had taken root, be it only by setting up inter-university services through connectivity. But they didn't last long. They realized very quickly that connectivity is one thing, service is another thing. And that was part of the big dream at the beginning. How do we give one another an opportunity to come together, share ideas, and put these ideas in practice? That is Renew. Renew 10 years ago was still a young, growing adolescent, looking firmly to the future with determination and focus. Today, 20 years later, we celebrate a strong young adult. An adult who has found its place on the world stage, not only in Uganda, but all through Africa, Europe, the Americas, Latin America, through their networks. They have linked together as one big family because they all believed and they all dreamt we can move forward and we can link together. This has happened. Renu is part of it. From offering internet links, Renu is now serving in very different ways, helping institutions to grow in a spirit of collaboration. Through the various services offered today by Renu, I can confidently say we are here to grow so as to better serve. Better serve is the key word of our institutions and should be the key word of all those who look at us. And they should not hesitate to go and knock at the door of institutions like Renu and say, can you help me please? Yes, they can help, and they did help, and they will continue helping. After 20 years, I think we have to congratulate the team which is now making up Renu. When I was board chairman, there were about 9 or 10 people working around there. Today, I think they're close to 100. Do you know the average age? If I'm not mistaken, Nicolas will correct me, I think it's 24. The average age of that team is young, and that's what we need. People who are not afraid to dream big, and that's what you people over there are doing today. Thank you for that, and thank you, Renu, for what you have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for those remarks, Prof. And I'm sure that Nicolas and his team are alive to a new challenge. I think it really echoes very well with what Professor Tusu was saying. How does the next 20 years look like? We promise you that we will deliver beyond your expectations. We will dream, right? We will dream. We will empty the knowledge that we have to create space for us to dream. That stays with me. We have the honor of hearing from the first board chair. Wow. She's not with us, but she recorded a passionate video message for us. Professor Noy is going to be speaking to us via video. Roll the tape, please.
I'm so honored to greetings in the name of our risen Lord from Pittsburgh, United States of America. I'm so honored to be asked to address the leaders of Renu on the occasion of their 20th anniversary. And it set me to looking back in my own time, having been back now for 26 years from my retirement at UCU and 36 years since I arrived in 2000. And I recall that when I got to UCU in 2000, our computer lab contained two 386 computers. That was the lab. And how much has happened since then, from the development of computers to the internet, to the fiber optic cable, to the streaming services, and the use of cell phones and smartphones. But one of the big features that has happened during that time, I think, was the advent of the cooperative movement called Renu, Research and Education Network for Uganda. And I thought I'd just read you a paragraph from one of my opening remarks at this opening conference. I said, in January 2006, the vice chancellors and CEOs of selected higher education and research institutions met and resolved to create the Research and Education Network of Uganda, Renu, as a vehicle to enhance collaboration amongst their institutions in pursuit of their identical core mission to provide a better education and research environment geared towards the development of Uganda. Now, I have been to your website and seen the amazing developments over year by year over these past years. And I'm simply proud to have been there at the beginning, one of the pioneers. And so as you begin your meetings, I would just like to ask that you invoke God's blessing upon you and to quote a passage from the Bible in the first book of Samuel, chapter 7, verse 12. The prophet Samuel anoints a stone, a marker stone, and it's called Ebenezer. And that is translated, "Thus far has the Lord brought us." Well, the Lord has brought Renu a long way over these 20 years. And it's my hope and prayer that in the years to come, it will continue to expand its work in quality and quantity throughout Uganda and the rest of Africa. Thank you so much for your invitation.
Well, we thank you also for serving and for giving us your guidance. All right, let me go to the CEOs now. The CEOs play a very critical role in making sure that the organization is a success. May I first of all invite all former CEOs to stand up, please, and we love on them. All former CEOs, stand up. Wow. Thank you so much for your dedicated service. Would love now to invite Engineer Kasana to come and share with us a note or two about how he feels about Renu at 20. Engineer Isaac Kasana, you're welcome. Can we love on him as he comes?
Good evening, everyone, and praise be to God. Marking this 20th anniversary for Renu is really a momentous, emotional feeling in my heart, because the beginnings looked very frail. So the first thing I want to say is that we really must thank God for how far Renu has come. For me, the thing I remember most about the beginnings of Renu, it was connected with the African continent becoming part of the research and education networking community. It looked a huge, huge problem. And the visionaries we had in our midst, and we still have in our midst, like Tusu, the others in the US, had this foresight to zone the challenge, to zone it up into different elements to be handled by different parts or organizations. So the coming of Renu really involved very many players. There were those partners from outside who helped with mobilizing what Renu could not mobilize at the time. And then there were those on the African regional level who were also doing their bit to see that there is something we can link to when it finally becomes a reality. there was a lot of groundwork. I think Professor Lejeune mentioned about those who sought to address the research gap, the collaboration gap, but also within the country, to tell people that this is possible, cost a lot of legwork. Now, I remember when Professor Mangeni asked me to consider coming to Renu, I told him, can't you wait until we reach the stage when we are connected to UbuntuNet? And he told me, and Professor Mangeni is a person I know closely, and he told me, I am tired. And that really stayed in my mind, because when I came on board, I realized soon why he felt very tired. That there were a lot of frustrations associated with starting the network. But fast forward, it's as big as it is. So I just want to appreciate the team that I left behind, that have taken us to the 14 staff we were then, to what it is today, from the number of institutions which were just enough to sustain us, to the number of institutions they are now serving. I want really for all of us to give them a round of applause. When I arrived at Renu, there were only one full-time staff who was an intern, and one technology support person who was part-time. He was actually staff of UbuntuNet Alliance. And when we had overcome the basic challenges, we recruited just 2 people. A person for finance and administration and a chief technical officer. So those 2 people made a big expansion in what we could do at the time. Just 2 people. And saying this, I really want to appreciate Nicholas in a special way. He was a very determined person, and his impact is evident. I'm not going to say a lot on the history, but I just want to mention that, of course, all of us know that the things which look impossible to us are possible with God. But I want us to just keep one thing, which is an enduring reality, that from dream to reality, the eyes must be on the people we are targeting. We have, I think Nicholas and the team are fortunate to be coming on board at a time when all of us know about the Africa's youth bulge. And I feel that one of the reasons this is coming in place is to help us meet the training and education needs of that generation. At the time I arrived at Renu, I used to ask myself, what should we bequeath? What I used to call the 21st generation. And of course, over time, I think God has answered that question, but I don't want us to lose sight of for whom Renu is intended. I know the people can support it and make it possible, but it is intended to speak to the need of training and education and preparation of the younger generation. And I feel we should not lose sight of that. I want also to say that this has been around a long time, and if developed countries need it in the model that has been described, then of course we who are still struggling, I think we need it even more. So my appeal to the Vice Chancellors, I'm very much conscious that from the beginning we were informed clearly that the Vice Chancellors and the heads of research organizations are the principal owners of Renu. Renu is a cooperative for enabling education delivery and research to grow research yield. So I really would like to appeal to that community to give the team here all the support they need. And with those 2 in place, I think the sky is the limit. I want to take an opportunity to thank the people who supported the idea in the very beginning. The pictures were shown, but there are people who really played a unique role. Personally, I remember that the time I was there, I served under two chairs, Professor Bariamleva and Professor Lejeune. I don't know how we would have managed if we didn't have a very engaged board. Even on something as simple as recruiting, you would need to talk to board members like Tusu to know that you're not breaking any bonds by dropping some people and picking on others. So I just want to appreciate all your contribution to this vision, to this dream. I want to encourage the people who are still on the field that you have a cloud of supporters on the sides. We want you to succeed great, and we encourage you to do that. I want to thank you all for honoring this event, and thank you so much for your contribution.
Can you read my mind? Clear images for which I won't apologize. I hope that you can see the passion in my eyes.
Let's love on Engineer Isaac Kasana once again. You know, Engineer, when you were speaking, I'm a CEO somewhere, so I understand how sometimes it's heavy that you have to consult the board all the time. When Professor Tusu was here, Professor Lejeune here, and of course, our board chair, Reverend, everyone is asking one question. What does the next 20 years look like for Renu? As a CEO, I can't imagine what Nicholas is going through right now, because he's going to stand right here and explain to us, what does the next 20 years look like for Renu, especially at the time when artificial intelligence is taking center stage in our education system and research. So, there's a video clip that we're going to be playing here that is speaking to the place of artificial intelligence in the next 20 years of Renu. But before we play it, I would love to recognize the presence of Professor Achanga, Vice Chancellor for Mountains of the Moon University. Please wave for us. Professor Pius Achanga, thank you for honoring our invitation. Let's roll the tape.
Something is changing in our classrooms, in our laboratories, in the way knowledge is created and shared. Artificial intelligence is no longer something far away. It is here, and it is already reshaping what is possible. At Renu, the focus is not just on the technology itself, but on what it enables. Because for AI to matter, it is built on a strong foundation. Across institutions, access is expanding. Computing power is becoming available. Platforms are supporting research. Networks are connecting people and ideas. From exploring possibilities to building real solutions. And at the center of it all are people. A student discovering new ways to learn. A researcher asking deeper questions. An educator rethinking how knowledge is shared. Skills are growing. Confidence is building. Because this moment is not defined by machines, but by people using them with purpose. And with AI, trust matters. Data is being protected. Systems are becoming more secure. Institutions are working together in new ways. Knowledge is not staying in one place. It is moving, connecting, evolving. This is where it comes to life. Research is advancing. Learning is becoming more dynamic. Solutions are emerging from real challenges. Not somewhere else, but here. At Renu, AI is not just about systems. It is about possibility already in motion. Across institutions, across disciplines, across the country. Not waiting for the future, but shaping it
and AI is going to shape the next 20 years of Renu. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Nicholas, the CEO of Renu, to give us a strategic plan of where Renu is going for the next 20 years. Let's love on him once again. I want to add that I have never seen a humble man like Nicholas. This is why he's seated on the third table behind there. So Nicholas, I admire your humility, but I'm happy to listen from you about the strategic plan of Renu. You're welcome, sir. Karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure having you with us. Thank you for honoring our invitation. I'll be very brief. It's almost time for dinner. So what we've chosen to do at this point, and aligned to what TUSU challenged us to do, is to project what's coming. I think it's impossible to project what's coming without talking about AI and how we're going to support our institutions to embrace it. So we haven't had an opportunity to officially tell the institutions that we serve and the whole country that we actually have an AI strategy as Renu, and we're using this opportunity to launch that strategy. We'll support the institutions briefly in a couple of areas because, as you imagine, it's so broad. But we noticed that there's a lot of effort that we need to do in supporting the pedagogical function of the institutions, training the faculty and training the staff to get them to appreciate the tools that are available. So one of the strong pillars in our strategy is supporting pedagogy. Then there's infrastructure. As you saw in the clip, we have already moved some steps there in partnership with Makerere University and the Secretariat for Technology and Innovation. We've put in place a fast infrastructure to support all the universities and all the institutions in the country, and that's with heavy computational power. Then we are also running awareness campaigns strongly as part of the strategy, and a couple of other pillars. So after this, and part of tomorrow at the AGM, you'll get to see more about the strategy and what it can do, or what we intend to do for the universities and the institutions. But for today, we just wanted to let you know that we are officially launching this AI strategy, and we have the singular honor of inviting the Executive Director of National Council for Higher Education to pronounce that we have officially launched the Renu AI strategy.
Thank you very much, CEO of Renu. In 2015, the National Council for Higher Education and Renu signed a memorandum of understanding. And that MOU has led both Nietzsche and Renu to collaborate in a number of endeavors. And one of those where we have collaborated is developing strategies for integrating AI in higher education. So it is my single honor and privilege to declare that the Renu AI strategy is officially launched.
Thank you. We're going to go for dinner shortly, but you know, when they were launching the next 20 years anchored on artificial intelligence. Dear professors in the room, and all of you in the academic space, I am a student. Like I had mentioned, I'm doing my PhD in journalism and communication. I'm really looking for a time for us to discuss deeply the place of artificial intelligence in research. There was an argument that we can no longer do research the way many of you professors did it. One of the people in the classroom said, if I use different artificial intelligence search engines and I told it to do for me literature review around media in Uganda, and I tell it to do for me 30, 40, 50 pages of literature review, and I got that literature review, I mean, AI can do citing. It's generative AI. It keeps learning. It does everything. A very good, 20 pages of beautifully well-written literature review. And I read those papers, and follow up with citations. And after that, I write my own literature review from the 50 pages of research that have been generated in 2 minutes using an AI tool. And I read those papers and do my personal literature review based on those papers that have been cited. Is that ethically right? Can we start discussing the ethics of artificial intelligence in research? Because Renu is here, is giving us the tools and supporting us with the access to different online libraries, and AI is learning. If I told ChatGPT to do for me 10 pages of literature review on media in Uganda, it will do it in a second, well cited. These days what students do, but I don't do, so they tell an AI tool to do literature review, and then they drop it from ChatGPT and put it into another tool and into another tool and refine it into another tool. And it may be difficult for you professors to put it to a test of AI for you to discover that it's actually AI driven. So as Renu is helping us to better our research using artificial intelligence, where does AI start and stop in the place of research? That's my question. Maybe you'll help me address it later. But for now, it's time for dinner. I've been informed, reliably advised to invite Reverend Professor to come and say a word or two and welcome some of our special guests. And Rev, let me also give you the honor of inviting us to dinner after that is done. You're welcome, Rev.
Thank you so much, friends. Sorry for delaying the dinner, but I thought that it is very important, especially as we are talking about universities, higher education, and research, to observe the protocols very well. Amidst us, we do have the chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education. And so please join me in appreciating and welcoming to this meeting the chairperson of the Uganda National Council for Higher Education, Professor Kwesiga. She will greet us at some point. But also, I want to recognize in a special way of my former boss, and this is none other than the Reverend Dr. John Senyonyi. Please stand up for recognition. And I think as you write the history of Renu, there is something that he did which was very critical. And I think that must be written somewhere. because at the time when Renu was starting, in terms of equipment and all the things, because actually the first institution that got on was Uganda Christian University. But it got on even with the server and some of the equipment coming from the university. They were determined to start. And so he was at that time directly in charge of making that decision. And so we want to thank him for coming. But as I thank these people, there is somebody who is not in this room, but who should have been with us in this room. And potentially you have worked with him, or he has mentored you, or he has done something. And as you saw Tusu speak this evening, one person that you can mention alongside Tusu in this journey of Renu is none other than Dr. Patrick Mangeni. I want us to stand up and just give him a standing ovation, even in his absence. And I will tell you why, even as we remember. Professor Mangeni would have loved to be with us here this evening, but he's not doing very well health-wise, and he had wanted very much to be here. But you know his heart is here. And for the friends who are here, please, you can reach out. But we want to express our gratitude to him, even in his absence. Please, you can sit. And with that, allow me to say prayer so that we can have our lunch, our dinner. Let us pray. Loving and gracious Father, we want to thank you for the food that is set before us now. We pray that even as we partake of it, you bless it, and that you sanctify it, and that it will nourish our bodies. We thank you, we bless you, for in Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Reverend Professor Mulindwa, thank you very much. The ushers will wait upon us as we get ready for our dinner. The band, a Kadop band, please come and give us some beautiful numbers as we break bread. It's a 3-course meal. We have starters, we have the main course, and we have dessert. We will also pop some champagne later. We are celebrating 20 years of Renu. For now, enjoy the beautiful, soothing jazz and music from the Kadop Band.
go show you good love. All them go come your way. Don't let them go away. For me I hold, for me I hold my baby. For me I hold, for me I hold, for me I hold, for me I hold my baby. For me I hold, for me I hold. Some people in your life are there to make you smile. Oh, they'll take your pain away and give you so much joy. For me I hold, for me I hold my baby. For me I hold, for me I hold, for me I hold, for me I hold my baby. For me I hold, for me I hold. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Gelele, Lord. Some will tell you, say that you'll be one and only, call you baby. Some will promise when time comes then fail. When the times are good, they could call you boo, they could stand beside you, them to love you. When the times are hard, oh, just get bail. Now I hold, now I hold my baby. Now I hold, now I hold, now I hold, now I hold my baby. Now I hold, now I hold. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Gelele, Lord, Lord. Chozi yangu yote inamalizika, ye nitalala na nani? We unaenda, ye mpaka ni mawazo, ye mpaka ni kuwazawaza. We unaenda, unaenda, kama ni ndia yako enda, kama ni maisha yako fuata. We dada, read on, read on, read on, read on, that's the way. Rail on, rail on, rail on, that's the way. wacha kama we unayenda uwe unayenda we unayenda rail on rail on rail on the best way rail on pamba meme yange yonna etulage enjala ne bennuma lumonda mala tizibititama nabondoka mu nnyingo zonna ne mu ndowooza enkalamata bebi obudde bereketya asikasika bebi omukka tegujja sisitira musawalagidde asingilaraba togamba nomu ipiranaram togamba nomu ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram don't tell nobody don't tell nobody the secret ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram don't tell nobody don't tell subiza you pass by tusumuluzo chiresa wasimulanga muvimuli akakero kanambi onakamalayo muvino nanywako muliro jango makumunabo mutapotoja enkalamata bebi obudde bereketya asikasika bebi omukka tekujja asisitira musawalagidde asingilaraba togamba nomu ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram don't tell nobody don't tell what it was secret ipiranaram don't tell nobody ipiranaram togamba nomu ipiranaram don't tell nobody don't tell one you know now every day after work we windows up every day see no now one day say you akatoto mekako one you know now every day after work we windows up every day see no now one day say you akatoto mekako togamba no more keep it on the rams togamba no more keep it on the rams don't tell nobody keep it on the rams don't tell nobody, don't tell what it was separate. I keep it on the rams, so gamba no more. Keep it on the rams, don't tell nobody. Keep it on the rams, don't tell nobody, don't tell what it was separate. I keep it on the rams, oh yeah. I keep it on the rams, don't tell nobody. Keep it on the rams, don't tell nobody, don't tell. Yeah, I keep it on the rams, ah yeah. I keep it on the rams. I keep it on the rocks. Don't tell nobody, don't tell what it does security. Oh yeah, oh what it does security. Oh Lord, yeah yeah. Twalia ebyasigalira byaba musaayi muto agaanira kusogolera omwenginduzi namuna omwana gwe nga twacakala ebyo tikwangala omulemo gwaffe gwe twabeerako bamusaayi muto gwe ng'oyo nga bbeere sina kindi tonnazaalibwa ebinyuma nga weebiri ffe basajja ebimuli bya Kampala twali balungi naffe ebyenyi byaffe twakutaakuka ne twali bato twalina olususu kabiri kaliiri ne twali balamu bulungi kubanga emmulaga eddagala lyaliyo ne twali basajja abaali baagala endongo senga njagala nnyo endongo ssanyu lyange yandi mu ndongo abalala zaakunywamu mwenge nze ensonga za kidongo mwana gwenze sikutendera ebinyume byaffe byali wala kucakala kupepe ya kudigida kubiba kusanyuka kuludi kukesa bute mwana gwe tikwali kuzina n'okucakala ekitegeeza nti mwakolanga twali makozi totuzanyisa twali bakozi nnyonnyo ddala ne mukazi wo wabanga cakala wabanga bwe wamutwalanga ali mu mulunda muswanga likutyayo yali y'abazungu n'abaganda baali benkanamu tennabansengemmengo new life oneetirira walala ondanga yondeete magana erunjibya n'omubi owali miziki awoma ebakubanga byakikugu nnyo kati obeera nti oba tuli mitala mu latin america babakuma nnyo kalipso ezayagalwanga abantu mu kampala ezaddala fonte ne lakitina jejo ne bakonkona endongo mukerere natuuka n'okumwenya abafumbo nga banti bali omwo abakeesesangayo mwana kwenze sikutembera ebinyume byaffe byali wala kucakala kupekuya kudibida kuliya kusanyuka kulula kukesa budde mwana gwe tikwali kuzina n'okucakala ekitegeeza temwakolanga twali bakozi totuzanyisa twali bakozi nnyonnyo ddala temukazi wo wabanga njagala wabanga we wamutwalanga bali mu mulunda lwamu okuwasa abalejjalejja baneeyoniranga ensanyu mu bulamu yegandano lyo akaseerako bulizi mutima kirungi ng'owuliriza myuziki embeera y'okudigida ebirala we bitatuuka yetuukawo myuziki ly'essanyu myuziki ewummuza ebirowoozo myuziki eringa eddagala likozesera buli kanyomero k'omubiri omubiri olwo negweta mama ne kubula asala olaba n'omwana omuto ayimbirwa kayimba ntere yeebake tulotulo kwata omwana tomukwate ng'oli mulongo tuva waka tuto mu ndongo rediyo nazo zituweereza ne mu nnyimbe tuyimbirayo abalala banyenya mitwe abandi bafuwamba abalala banyenya kugali benjole ogenda nokera mu matulutulu n'ozibya obudde ng'onoonya nsimbi bw'odayekeeyo sokera kunyuzika kuwummuze olokole ebirala afunye omwezi nga yagabanye oluzikwasa kati nayogerera was feeling right. Yeah, the people started dancing. They called me over to join them. He said, Yeti, don't you feel good, man? Born and on the reggae jam now. In a heart of singing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Reggae dancing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la, yeah. So reggae dancing, I went down to the park. And everything was dark, ooh yeah, yeah. And on came
another round of applause to the band. Wow. Thank you very much. Such a talent. Please come again and again and again. Thank you very much, dear band, for really making us enjoy our dinner. It's time for you to go and grab yourself, a Coca-Cola or a drink or something, and food is served. Usually the people at the band eat last. Okay, thank you very much. I have a program that I have to close in the next about 40 minutes, which I'll try to do very fast. So firstly, I wanted to remind us that our book, Evolution of Renu, 20 Years of Impact on Research and Education, is on sale at 50,000 shillings. Please support the noble cause as we take Renu forward. 50,000 shillings. There are a couple of people who are moving around with these books. You can either pay by cash or mobile money, or you want to swipe a card. It's also available. That option is available. And Elite Publishers helped us to publish this book. They asked me for 2 minutes to come and say something. I'd love to invite the team from Elite Publishers to quickly come and speak to us. After that, we are going into the awarding ceremony. All these awards, we are going to be giving them out to all of you who made a contribution to this noble cause. So shortly after a word or two from Elite Publishers, we will jump right into the awarding ceremony. I'll invite Nicholas as well to be close to me, as well as the board chair. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Allow me to ride on the protocol that is already established for purposes of time. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mercy Thimbitwire. I am an editor with Elite Publishers Limited. Elite Publishers is one of the publishing firms in Uganda. We are privileged to have been entrusted with this project of documenting institutional memory of Renu. I am an editor and I also head the production team. Together with me today, we have our director, Mr. David Agaba Bashisha, and some members of staff seated right behind there. I request you, MC, that when we are done, you give us an opportunity to take a photo as we celebrate our product. First of all, I want to thank the board and management of Renu for choosing Elite Publishers. For us, we are publishers in business, so we came with a business sense, and we pitched. It was a competitive project, and we emerged winners. One time, as at Renu, having lunch, and I happened to sit with Nicholas. So Nicholas, in his soft and calm voice, he told me that, Mercy, my board of directors asked me why we chose a young publishing firm, and he mentioned that they should have chosen, according to the board. And he mentioned the name of the firm they should have chosen. And I told him, when the product finally comes out, you will know why you chose Elite Publishers. I hope that, Nicholas, now you have an answer. And I continue to thank you. I thank the staff at Renu, headed by Nicholas, but in a special way, I want to thank the communications team. Through you, MC, I also ask that you give us an opportunity to take a photo with the communications team. These people were my supervisors. To be specific, on this project I worked as a lead writer and I interacted with everybody in Renu. And the communications team were our our supervisors. Right from Carol to Louis and everybody, they were very, very supportive. I thank you all. And then I thank everyone at Renu. I joined Renu like any other person. I started working with Renu like any other person who knows how to load my MBs on my mobile gadget. Once they are done, they are done. I just know how to subscribe again. But now, when you hear me speak about cybersecurity, when you hear me speak about bandwidth, GPS, GBPS, when my MBs disappear like that, I call my service provider and assure them like I know everything because I've interacted with the team at Renu, the workers, the engineers. I know so many engineers in this world. And when I personally get a problem with my gadget, I just drive to Mabua and have my problem solved. Whoever selects the team at Renu, you are a force to reckon with because these people are the best. And especially I want to thank Nicholas. Now Solomon, for you said Nicholas is a humble person. But for me, I want to say that Nicholas is an outlier. I know by the virtue of my profession, I've interacted with people who are intelligent. And I know some, I can mention them by names. Now I added Nicholas on my list. And I told them the other day, they said, no, you must say, I know you want business. I know. I said, I don't want business. But I'm telling you what you're supposed to hear while you're still here on earth. I thank my respondents very much. Engineer Tusu. Now, there's when you go to interview a person and you become family. In Tusu's house, I eat cake. I think someone in Tusu's house bakes. Every time I go to that house, I eat cake. In Engineer Kasana's house, I take Minute Maid, I take water. It makes work so easy. I thank Ndiwala, Ali, every of the respondents that I called, and they gave us content. Developing a book is not an easy process at all. But when you have key respondents who are knowledgeable, who are cooperative, work becomes very easy. Finally, I call upon all institutions represented here and those that are going to read this book. And I want to ask you, why don't you want to write your institutional memories? Why do you want your contribution to disappear in the midst of time? Why do you want people who have worked for these institutions to go away not remembered at all? As edit publishers, we call upon you. I'm asking for business. Let me speak Luganda. Give us jobs, use us, and we are able to really give you very good write-ups. Your biographies, your autobiographies, your institutional biographies, we are ready and we are knowledgeable and we have the teams to work with you. So I look forward to seeing like you see you. Don't be like my university, Makerere University, that wrote a book at 100 years. 100 years is such a long time. You lose a lot of information, you lose a lot of people, so when you take it in 20 years, you're good to go. So I call upon all of you, we are available, we are open, kindly come and give us jobs, and we will serve you well. Now, through you, MC, yes. You know, writers, we are storytellers, and once you have political interests, also you like the microphone. So now you're standing beside me, I think you're about to tell me to leave the microphone. So I hope that you have granted my request. Yes. Let me invite the team, a few representatives from Elite Publishers. I request the communications team, together with the CEO, please give us this opportunity so that we also keep in our memories. Then I will also request you that you allow Engineer Kasana, that you allow Engineer Dr. Tusuvira also to bless us with a photo as you give us the background for the book so that we look like we have launched our product.
Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Solomon.
You're welcome. All right.
So this is our dear MD, and these are two members of staff that managed to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elite Publishers. Can we invite the communications team real quick to come and have a picture, and then I'll invite Professor Tusu and Engineer Katana to also come and have a picture, and we celebrate you. Wow. Have we taken the picture? Our dear photographers? All right. Let me now invite Engineer Tusu, Engineer Kasana, and Professor Tusu to come and the team have a picture with you. They requested. I cannot say no to a fellow publisher. Let's put our hands together and appreciate Elliot's publishers for the great work that they have done. Thank you very much. I look forward to writing my memoir as well and put it in a book. So maybe I'll get your contact. All right, thank you very much for the work well done. I can't agree more with you that writing someone's journey is not an easy one. You literally have to wear them and put out all the energy through literature. So we have special guests in our midst today, and those are CEOs from national research and education networks from across Africa. Wow. May I invite all CEOs from the national research and education networks to come on the podium from Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, all of you, please come. Come over here. Let's love on them as they come. Thank you for gracing our day today. You traveled from far and wide to come and celebrate with us. We really thank you. Thank you for coming. Karibu sana, welcome. Tubaniriza nnyo. I would love to give each of you 2 minutes to say hello to us as we celebrate together. Let me start with the lady. Please, karibu.
Okay. Good evening to all the vice chancellors, the Renu board, the previous board, the Renu CEO, and all staff. It is my honor to be a part of the Renu's 20th anniversary celebration, representing Tenet South Africa on behalf of Duncan Greaves. Tenet was present at the launch of Renu, both Tenet's founding and current CEO. Tenet subsequently supported Renu in its early years with donor funding. It has been Tenet's privilege to contribute to Renu's notable success. Today, Renu is one of the most advanced NRINs in Africa, and certainly the most entrepreneurial. May it grow from strength to strength, continuing to light the path that all NRINs light, which is the advancement of humanity through knowledge. So once again, congratulations on this milestone. Here's to 20 years and many, many more ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on all protocols already observed. My name is Solomon Dindi. I am the CEO of the Malawi Research and Education Network. Coming to Uganda is not the first time. I first came to learn about NRENs in around 2009. At that point, this idea of NRENs in Africa was just coming up. And when I stepped into this space, I first learned a lot from one Patrick Mangeni from Renu, Uganda. At that point, we had very few NRENs that were really ticking. Most of our NRENs were still struggling. And one of the NRENs that was struggling was my own NREN called Malawi Research and Education Network. I used to get a lot of solace from Patrick, having read lessons from Renu. And I remember around 2011, when Renu had managed to get its own funding to move on, Patrick came to me and said, Solomon, don't worry. I know I've been a struggling NREN. I know we are moving on, and you think you are not going to move on. But I can assure you it takes time. It's a matter of time, you get funding, and you move on. And true to that sense, 5 years down the line, we also got funding, and we moved on. So thanks to Renu colleagues for the support at that point, and even today, the support continues, because just some few months back, the dear colleague Nicholas was in Malawi. We are discussing critical things. Little did I know that he was also planning for the next 20 years. And as I speak, one of the reasons I came here is for us to sign an MOU where we are going together to look at the next 20 years together. So Marin and Renu, we are going to make the next 20 years together. Thanks once again to TUSU. I know you always try to pull me up. From Uganda, we used to struggle in Malawi, but sometimes you could fly into Malawi, trying to convince government officials why the NREN idea was the best idea in this world. And true to that sense, you managed to convince them. And today, we are one of the NRENs that is fully supported by our government. Thanks to TUSU, a Ugandan, who made it all the way from this place to support us in Malawi. Thank you, colleagues. Marin is moving. Thanks to Renu. Thanks to TUSU. Thank you once again.
Good evening. All protocols observed. My name's Judah Opuk from Kenya Education Network. I'm here to represent my executive director, Professor Meoli Kashoda. He wanted to really be with Renu, but there were other events conflicting, so it wasn't possible for him to come. I would like to give a big congratulations to Renu. We celebrated our 25th anniversary last year. Renu is doing the 20th anniversary this year, but much as there's a difference in existence between Kenneth and Renu, we've been benchmarking with Renu for the last couple of years. Last year we sent 2 of our engineers, and they spent 1 week just to see the innovation that we are hearing all over the world. When we go to these forums in Europe, when we go to America, there is a whole visibility about Renu, and they are really shining in Africa. People are really impressed at what Renu is doing globally. I think last year we had the UK NREN that had more or less adopted the Renu headroom to the Go solution. So we sent our engineers, we told them, you go to Renu, see what they are doing. We really need to catch up with them. They are 20 years, we are 25 years, they have overtaken us, there is a lot of innovation, there's a lot of very creative things happening here in Uganda. One of the things that I also want to congratulate Renu and especially Nicholas is on the launch of the AI strategy. I don't know if any of us, we've really realized the ever-changing landscape in technology, education, and research. If we don't adopt, then the whole idea of NREN will be obsolete, because artificial intelligence is going to take over, and we are going to see a totally different thing that we've never imagined before. So I want to congratulate Renu once again, especially on the futuristic aspect of launching the AI strategy. Thank you once again, and God bless you.
Good evening. How are we today? Greetings from Zambia. Please, you are welcome to visit the mighty Victoria Falls once you are in Zambia. to all the vice chancellors, the Renu board members, engineer Professor Tusu. It is lovely once again to see you. Nicholas and team, please, if you can be upstanding. Nicholas and team. Please, from the Zamren people, we say, guys, well done. 20 years, I think, as earlier on said, these are roots that and also your foundations. So we say a big congratulations to you guys, and of course the next 20 years we are with you. As you know, Zamren and Renu, we're like that brother and brother that fight a lot. So just as you are launching your AI strategy here, also next week, Stein is doing the same thing next week. So a big, well done, guys, and we are super, super proud of you, and we hope to see you next week as well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Philip Seth, the CEO of Terranet. Allow me to say that the protocol is observed. I'm very delighted to be among you, and always I come to Uganda to learn. This is not my first time, I think my third time to learn. Last year we came for benchmarking with my board members. I would say that Renu is, in the Ubuntu Unity Alliance, there are around 17 NRENs. That means in Southern and Eastern Africa, there are NRENs, like 17 countries have NRENs already. Some are in the initial stages, some are well advanced. I would say if I put Renu into a scale from top to the bottom, it could range around third or fourth, or maybe second, because they're doing very well. Yeah, so I could say that Monipa is doing a great job. And I could say also he listens very well to his board, because I know the board does everything, advising and guiding and all that. And another thing which is very impressive, I see also the support of the government, which is amazing. Yes. If you put major categories of NRENs, we have the NRENs that are totally independent. They fight for themselves, no funding, no support, no nothing. And sometimes they get some opposition from the government, so they have to struggle to survive. Not only to do whatever they want to do, but they survive. I don't know in Uganda, but at least if you see the people I saw today, that means that's already a very huge support. Financially could be yes or no, but what I saw today is already very good sign that the government is supporting the NREN, and I would encourage that to continue. And sometimes even to set apart some funding to see this initiative continuing and so on and so on. It's really hard to be a CEO of NREN when you have a number of people who wait at the end of the month for that click sound from their phone that the bank, something happened at the end of the month. That is not a very simple thing. Terranet is one of those NRENs that are coming up very fast. I could say our speed is quite good, and I read a lot from what our colleague is doing in Kenya, and Uganda, and maybe South Africa. But mostly what Renu is doing is quite impressive. When I travel around the world to attend some events, mostly I could see a person from Renu presenting something, and that is quite impressive. And I would say congratulations for the team for organizing this amazing event. And welcome to Tanzania. You may benchmark something. Thank you very much.
Can we have a picture for you? The cameraman, please. Maybe step 2 steps forward and we have a picture for you. May I invite the CEO to come and join as well? Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you from wherever you've come from. Long flights, you came to celebrate with us today as we mark 20 years. Professor Tusu, thank you for inspiring Africa on this journey. Hearing stories from Malawi, from Kenya, from Tanzania, Zambia, and South Africa, that your name is littered all over the continent for this cause is really encouraging. So we celebrate you as well. I would love now to invite Professor Miracle Cole, who is the Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education, to come. And we feed off her knowledge. Ma'am, thank you for coming. Can we clap for her as she comes? Professor, I was told you're one of the founding members, right? Yes, can we clap for her? She's one of the founding members. You're very welcome, Mama.
The chairperson of Renu and board, former chairpersons and boards, vice chancellors, and all in your respective capacities, good evening. The National Council for Higher Education is here to congratulate Renu on the big milestone of achieving so much during the 20 years that Renu has existed. Congratulations. Today, we are celebrating 2 decades of pioneering research, of digital transformation and connectivity, and of educational transformation in this country, Uganda. Niche commends Renu for the dedication to enhancing intellectual output, to enabling global research collaboration, and for advancing digital infrastructure in education in this country. Thank you very much indeed. For 2 decades, Renu has been a cornerstone in empowering higher education institutions across Uganda. And they've done this by providing robust connectivity, by fostering collaboration, and facilitating access to global research resources, all of which we appreciate as National Council for Higher Education. I'm privileged to have been one of those persons who in January of 2006 were invited to a workshop to put together some thoughts about the future. And among the decisions that were made was that of forming Renu. And that is 20 years ago. And as National Council for Higher Education, we do appreciate Renu for the partnership that we have enjoyed for nearly 11 years now, because in 2015, we signed, as I mentioned earlier on, we signed an MOU, and that signing has led to a number of collaborations. We have carried out connectivity surveys of higher education institutions with a focus on affordable internet and access to student devices for research and education. Because as you heard from the very beginning, the challenge that caused Renu to be formed is that the cost of internet was very high. But Renu has now graduated during all these years. Renu has graduated from having only one service to now 10 services. It's not just internet connectivity or making internet cheaper, but there are 10 services that Renu offers. And also, as you have heard earlier on, there are now 460 institutions that are being served. It's a big number. Thank you. Thank you for clapping for them. Renu started with only 15 connected members. And that was, I think, up to about 14. We had 15 members. But from 2014, which is about 12 years, that number has gone up to 460 with 1,000 or over of different sites. Other fruits of that collaboration is that we are researching on enabling access to Odell. You recall that during the shutdowns, what saved us and what enabled institutions, not all institutions, but some institutions to continue teaching and learning was Odell. And some research is being carried out to enable access to Odell. We are also developing strategies for AI integration in higher education institutions, and the strategy that has been launched today will go a long way in ensuring that institutions are helped, integrated in, they're integrated in the use of AI, not IA. There is also provision of internet connectivity by Renu to all the institutions, especially those institutions that are members. And by serving these institutions, certain National Council for Higher Education is a beneficiary. National Council for Higher Education has further benefited because, as you may, I think all of us here, most of us here know, that the National Council for Higher Education holds an annual Higher Education Week, which covers two major activities: an annual conference and an annual exhibition. And all the exhibitions we have held in recent years, especially those which we take to different regions, have been connected by Renu free of charge, and I would like to appreciate that. Renu also provides free internet service as well as EdRoam to Niche. We appreciate that service too. We have also started the process of supporting implementation of the competence-based education and training together with Renu, and this is expected to be done across all the universities in the country and other tertiary institutions. But we are starting with some selected universities. So we expect Renu to play a big role. Universities, I'm just informing you that Renu is ready to support the institutions in the implementation of competence-based education and training. So Finally, on behalf of the National Council for Higher Education, I extend my warmest congratulations to Renu on reaching this milestone, the 20th anniversary. Nietzsche looks forward to continue the partnership in advancing digital transformation in our country, and more especially in the higher education institutions. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I would like first of all to say thank you, but I don't know whether the MC will allow me to invite the chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education to make some remarks. Professor Joy Kwesiga.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwakor. Thank you very much, Renu. Let me also use the protocol already established. I'm very happy to join everybody to celebrate these 20 years of Renu. I congratulate Renu heartily on this achievement. Executive Director of the National Council has already summarized everything with regard to the Council. I can only say in general, as a summary, that Renu has helped the Council to do its work of its regulatory work, because it enables now the institutions to comply with the requirements, especially. So that is a very big service to us. I would like to take this opportunity to say that, now to depart from there, to say that Renu could use Kabale University as a case study to show how it has supported institutions from the very beginning of an institution up to now. Because Renu came into being when Kabale University was just in its infancy as a private community institution. And we are lucky that the service was moving on to Rwanda, and those of you know Kabale where it is, we are on the way to Rwanda. So we are able to tap into this service. But we didn't have the money as a community institution. So Renu used to be very patient with us. Many times we wouldn't pay any time. They would come and we renegotiate. Then they say, okay, we are going to do this. They really pulled our hand and built our Kabale University in terms of this service. So I'd like to thank them. And not only that, they would come to discuss other things, all these other services, plus the different types of facilities they have given us. So when I'm moving in the car from Kabale to Kampala, I can still do my work in the car because of Renu. Thank you very much. So in summary, I would like to say this is very important. It is an illustration. I know there is no time because everybody is maybe getting impatient, but I think, Renu, you could do a case study to support your work as you assess yourselves again, because you can pull a rural-based institution to come to the level. Now we can say we are doing well. We are not on top, but we are doing well in terms of internet service, research, access, the data that we get, all these online things because of Renu. Thank you very much. So I'd like to join all of you in congratulating Renu, but allow me to say how happy I am to listen to all these people who are visiting and all the members who have talked, to show that there are still many Pan-Africanists who can help, who have the dream to help Africa through Engineer Tusubira. Thank you very much for promoting Uganda through your professional work. I thank everybody. I thank the current staff. They are not only just professional, but they are very friendly in any way. Thank you, the board, thank you, everybody. Okay.
Professor Kwesiga, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for coming, ma'am, all the way from Kabale. We appreciate you so much. We are going to the awarding ceremony. After that, I promise you, I'm going to release you, you go home, because it's coming to 9. I would love to invite the board chair to come here. We're going to be awarding different people for their contribution as Renu celebrates 20 years. We will do this real quick. The first category of the people that we are going to be awarding are founding institutions. I'm just going to read out and I will receive representatives from these different institutions to come to the podium. Professor, may I invite the CEO to come and join the board chair and the current board to please come as we are awarding the different institutions and people who have played a significant role to Renu at 20. I would love to invite representatives from Makerere University, from Makerere University Business School, from Gulu University, from Uganda Matters University, from Chambogo University, from Uganda Christian University. I would love to invite representatives from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I would love to invite the representatives from the Joint Clinical Research Center, JCRC. I would love to also invite representatives from the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, to come. Dear members of the board, you will be presenting these awards to the different founding institutions, and we want to really appreciate you very much for that. The chair board will be giving out these. I hope you're taking pictures, good people. The chairman board is giving out the different awards to the founding institutions. Would love to say them once again to appreciate them in a deeper way. Makerere University, Makerere University Business School, Gulu University, Uganda Matters University, Chambogo University, Uganda Christian University, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the Joint Clinical Research Organization, as well as the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO. We are going to have a group picture. Can we have a group picture, please? Thank you very much. You can take your seats, please. CEO, you're still here. Would love to award, thank you very much, our dear founding organizations. We now want to award and celebrate the supportive institutions in Renu's establishment. I would love now to invite representatives from the Uganda Communications Commission. I would love to invite representatives from Ubuntu Net Alliance. I would love now to invite representative from Tenet and Kennet to please come and we award you as we celebrate 20 years. UCU, Ubuntu Net Alliance, Tenet and Kennet. Representatives from UCC, Uganda Communications Commission. I'd love to invite the team from Ubuntu Net Alliance. I would love to invite representatives from Tenet and Kennet, please.
So when I want to come out, make a signal you. Why you want to question on me like I interview? I'm trying to put the ring on your finger too. And be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, on the low, on the low, on the low, on the low.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My dear CEO and our chair board, you still have a lot of work to do. Right now, we want to celebrate the former CEOs, and I'm really privileged to invite Engineer Isaac Kasana to come. Can we clap for him until he comes and steps on the platform? We celebrate you so much for the time that you were stewarding Renu. You did such an amazing job, an incredible job. Thank you, Engineer Isaac Kasana. I mean, I can imagine what Nicholas is thinking. He has to really step in those big shoes and steward Renu forward. And I think Engineer Kasana is telling Nicholas, I am here if you need any help. I'll be right here to help you and support you. Well, Professor Patrick Mungeni is not feeling well. We will be taking his award to him and visit him at home, and we pray with him and celebrate with him as well. I'd love now to invite former board chairpersons. Today we are privileged to celebrate Professor Michael Lejeune. Oh, he has left, I think. We will pass on his award. We've also been informed that Professor Stephen Knoll, of course, is not around, but he gave his address. We will take his award. We'll also take Professor Vanasius Bariamureba's award, as well as Engineer Dr. Dorothy Okello's award. Right now, I want us to celebrate former board members, and I would love to invite the following to come to the podium. I'd love to invite Professor Stephen Knoll, who is not around, of course, Professor Vanasius Baramureba, who is not around, Professor Michael Lejeune was just left with, is left, Professor John Opuda Asibo, please come to the podium. Dr. Theodore Twonjire, please come to the podium. Engineer David Turahi, please come to the podium. Dr. Juliana Sansa Otim, Mr. George Chinyera Apuke, Dr. Muhammad Mpeza Mihigo, please come to the podium. Professor Paul Edward Mugambi, please come to the podium. Miss Christine Mujimba, please come to the podium. Dr. Frederick Francis Tusuvira, FF Tusu, please come to the podium. Professor Francis Omaswa, oh, I've not seen him around. Professor Omaswa. Mr. Daniel Ruweza, please come to the podium. Professor Eleanor Woze, please come to the podium. Professor George Nasimnyama, please come to the podium. Professor Ezra Twisingomwe, please come to the podium. Dr. Maxwell Otim Onapa, please come to the podium. Dr. Dorothy Okello, Dr. Raphael Aregu, Mr. James Saka, Engineer Irene Kagwa Sewankambo, Dr. Catherine Omaswa, and Dr. Sise Chitio. All these are former board members. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate board members who played a central role in making Renu a success. We celebrate you. Thank you for your service. Can we love on them? Let us appreciate them with a round of applause once again. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And we're looking forward to your stewardship. Nicholas will need you much more. And I hope he has direct access to all of you. All right. We're now going. Oh, we have another word. Ah, okay. And I don't know if my board chair was given an award. Board chair, we have an award for you. Professor Lutalo Bosa, please come. We also have your award. Professor, please come. Professor Bosa, I told you you have a special place in my heart. After this, I'll come and tell you. Professor Bosa, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you very much, Professor Bosa. My board chair and my CEO have not yet released you because we are going to cut cake now. Merrymaking. I would love to invite the CEO and the board chair and Professor Kakol and Professor Kwesiga and Engineer Kasana to please proceed to the cake cutting. I usually say cut caking. Okay, I hope I've made it right. I'd love to invite we go and cut cake as we celebrate 20 years. I would also want to invite the current board to join us, please, as we cut cake. I'm going to count from 20. DJ, prepare for me something big of a congratulatory message. Renu subsidiary CEOs, please come and join as well as we cut cake celebrating 20 years. Professor Kwakol, you have to hold that knife with Reverend Professor Mulindwa. Chitaimbwa. Subsidiary CEOs, please come. Bosi wanga ndibubi one. Okay, we are going to count 20 together. 20, 19, 18, 17, join me, 16, 15, 14, I can't hear you, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy 20th anniversary, Renu. We celebrate you and the achievements. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to open the dance very soon. Thank you. The team that worked on the cake, please cut it and we serve it. Thank you. We are going to be serving cake.
There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last.
We're going to be serving cake.
So bring your good times.
All right. So, I would love to thank you all. Dear board chair, thank you. Thank you very much for your tireless service to Renu. Every one of you that made this event a success, clap for yourselves. Please, on my behalf, thank you so much for coming today, for gracing our celebrations, for being here until the very end. Thank you all for coming. I want to say a special thank you to the organizers of this event. I'm going to be very honest with you. I moderate and host many events. I have never moderated or handled any event as beautifully crafted and organized like this event. A round of applause to everyone behind the scenes. Renu staff, please stand up and we celebrate you. Renu staff, championed by Nicholas, stand up. Guys, can we clap for the people here? What you are seeing has been months of hard work, months of sacrifice, months of getting everything right. And Nicholas, I have no doubt whatsoever that you're the perfect person for this assignment. I celebrate you. Let's clap for Nicholas as well as a leader. I would love now, since we clapped for the staff, if you know you are a Renu staff, please come to the podium and we do a group picture and we celebrate this big milestone. Renu staff, come. Run, 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 run. Come and we celebrate you. Come everyone, Renu staff, Nicholas with your team, come. Come and we celebrate you in a special way. After that, the board chair will come and give us his closing remarks, and I will let you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sleepless nights. Thank you for working hard to make this event a success. Thank you very much, Renu. Can we clap for them as they come? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Renu staff. Everyone, thank you. Thank you so much for every effort, for the sleepless nights, for the endless calls, for the pressure behind the scenes that you've been able to absorb, for making sure that everything has been asked from the different committees in charge of food, in charge of decor, in terms of invitation, the communications, everything. I mean, you guys are amazing. Thank you. Oh, I wish I would give every one of you a hug. Thank you very much. I know pulling off such an event takes a lot of hard work. And today we want to celebrate you. We celebrate every one of you, every single one of you, for making this event a success. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you DJ Lo. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Nicholas's team. This is the Renu team, the magical team, the successful team, the winner team. We celebrate you today as we celebrate 20 years. Thank you. We have no doubt whatsoever that you are taking Renu forward in the next 20 years, led by your wonderful CEO, Nicholas. Let's have a group picture. Wow. Guys, I am proud of you. I wish I would be Nicholas's deputy CEO. Dear board, I want to deputize Nicholas. Thank you guys. The ladies in the background, come in front. We need a picture. We celebrate you today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Renu team. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All I can say is thank you so much. DJ Law, the Renu team still wants to bask in their glory. I can hear the board chair saying, can you increase their salaries, Nicholas? Can you just give them the 13th paycheck end of this year? Thank you guys, really. All right, one more picture. Okay. Thank you guys. Let's clap for them as they go back. Thank you guys. Can we love on? Oh, they still want to bask in their glory. Okay. Okay. I would love now to invite the board chair to give his closing remarks. He has asked me to brief us when the team is here. You're welcome, board chair.
Friends, can we put our hands together and we appreciate this wonderful, wonderful team. I wanted to celebrate them when they are here. The first point I want to make is that aren't they very smart? Please let us appreciate. I think they have done this functions a very good service. You are very smart. You are all looking very beautiful, very handsome, and we know that the future of Renu is very bright. Because of you, we are appreciating you. Thank you so much. One of the things that took my breath away as I was coming in this evening was the work done by this team to decorate this place. And I thought I would take time to celebrate them when they're here. Carol, could you step forward? And the team that was working with you to really do this, this decoration right from, where is that team? It is not the team that has done this. Please come. Please do come. Some two are not here. Friends, the decorations you have seen in this place have been well thought out and brought to life by this team. I don't know how they could think that instead of having a red carpet, we should have a blue carpet instead. But I think that they have pulled it off very well. And I know that we have not seen the work of the rest of the team, but they have been working behind the scene. But the communication team has helped us to see a bit of what Renu is all about. And we want to thank you. We want to salute you. Thank you. And thank you so much. May the good Lord richly bless you. There are some two gentlemen that I would like to request to stand up just as we close. Perez, if you could come. Perez, at the time when Renu started, he was working at Uganda Christian University. But he was almost like a staff of what? Of Renu. And then there is my brother there. Please do come. Yes. As you think about Renu working within universities, but it also works within research institutions. And I think if you think research institutions, the person who has been behind this success is right here with us. We celebrate you, we are proud of you, and we know that you have done a lot to support us as Renu. Part of our portfolio is when you think about those sites, the 1,000 plus sites, a number of those sites are research-based research institutions, and projects such as RACI, the CDC, the MRC, and he's really the technical person who sits behind and says, Renu can do it, but he has also supported us technically throughout the years. I thought these were very important people to celebrate as well. And so many of you who are seated there, I cannot mention one by one. I want to take this opportunity to thank you. I want to request all our board members to come. Don't we want to take a good picture with these people? And I would like to request Tusu, humbly, we request you to come and we get the chance to take a picture with you. Professor Lutalo, Bosa. Some of you, I thought when they called Professor Lutalo, you would even stand up and clap. Because if you are thinking universities, you are thinking university education. When they mention a name like Professor Lutalo, you know this is really a person who has been behind. Our executive director, our chairperson, please do come and we take a chance, we get a chance of taking a picture. We need to fit ourselves, eh? Isaac. So let us pray. Loving and gracious Father, we want to thank you for the opportunity that you have given to us to celebrate. But your word tells us that what no eye has seen, and what no ear has heard, and what no mind has perceived, this is what you have in store for those that love you. And so, Lord, we want to commit the next 20 years of Renu into your hands. That as we start to move, as we start to dream, as we start to think about the future with AI, the future with competence-based education, the future with so many other things that are going to come up during the next 10 years, 20 years. Lord, we pray that you bless these people and the people that are not in this room, that you will be with them, you'll guide them, and you'll take them through. And so I pray that, friends, may the Lord bless you, may the Lord take good care of you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his face toward you, look down kindly on you with love and mercy, and grant you peace. Amen.
Thank you very much, our dear board chair, and all of you for coming. Please go back and take your seats as we go. Lastly, I want to thank the team at Renu. Okay. Lastly, I want to thank the team at Renu for choosing me to host your big day. Thank you. Thank you, Team Renu, for choosing me. I'm grateful. And clap for me for being a wonderful host. I thank myself for having hosted this very beautiful event. I'm Solomon Serwanja. It's been a joy hosting you. Good night and share my love with your families. I love you all. I'm available in case you ever have any future events to do. For now, I would love to invite the band to take us away as we eat cake, merry-make, and exchange contacts. Good night, and God bless you.
Oh yeah, I know, you know.
Like a butterfly, bandesiga. Naisi ginonze wala. Nina momo sai sinza bata. Enemy suanga Jessica. Timanyi bagamba. Zabaluni siba mangu. Akuleta kanzunzu toniza. Wadibyangi sibya mangu. Kachisala woka kaseti. Mokwa mokwano nange rive. Owa kumachaku wase. Kora byabalungi today. Ogenda kutiraba, ogenda kumanya nti binyuma. Okwagala omulungi nganze, ojja kutiraba. Abakubanja bali kusonyiwa, ne bannandaba ne baterebuka. Okwagala omulungi nganze, ojja kutiraba. Ogenda kuyoya buli kisanze. Wange sande tuwoseba mekanga bomo gate obulungi bwe buba bulwadde sikulimba
tolaba botunulira ensonyi nga ziwera bwe zibasinde make nga tunyuma z'omukwano ogenda kuziraba ogenda kumanya nti binyuma okwagala omulungi nganze ojja kukiraba abakuba nte bali kusonyiwa ne bannandaba ne baterebukaye okwagala omulungi nganze ojja kukiraba. Kusaba okwati witisa odemo kuntagala wakolanga gino omukwano guddemu ekyejo nakikomya nakula ebembe nakulabanga omubi tokankwegayirira siti onsonyiwe luno lwenda gwakukabenje natabuka obwongo amagezi ne gagwamu bano abawala abalala banneme okwagala anti babbeeyi buli lunaku sinema no kali ate birala amazima ongi ebulala eri omudugavu kati wamyuka wekulabire wala ofananya omuwala akola munno gwesembere eno ndabe ngono weyatunga olugoye lwo gwesembere eno ndabe ngono weyatunga dizaini yo wekale mama njagala nga bwe wakolanga nsuuta wekale mama mbitanga bwe wakolanga nsuuta. Extra pressure, baby, when you whine and fall. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by extra pressure, baby, when you whine and fall. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by a heart full of life on pause. I follow you where you're going, and if I make you my business, I suffer no more. 'Cause I'm a loving and showing. Oh, no, we can't separate, baby, run on. Give me away, I take you on tour. Really, baby, I can give you the sleep on. Extra pressure, baby, when you whine and fall. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by extra pressure, baby, when you whine and fall. You're killing me by your cause. You're killing me by your cause.